Okay, good morning. We're live. So here's the plan for today. The latest version of PufferLib is doing very, very well on isolated runs on a number of different environments. We've set Soda in the past 3-4 weeks on pretty much everything and by a huge margin. The only last few things blocking are just a few technical errors. We pretty much have not run a fresh hyperparameter sweep in like a good couple of months on any of these things. So this probably can even do way better than it's doing now. We just have some technical issues preventing that. Specifically, we have runs crashing uh, due to like nans and imps. Torch should not be crashing with nans and imps. Those should just be, nan or inf loss. That should not actually crash torch. The lazy fix on this would be to just throw everything into a sub process. I don't want to do that. So instead, we're going to actually go through the transcript today. We're going to figure out why we're getting nans and imps on stuff. And yeah, we're going to go from there. Switch the view over. Hey man, how's it going? Tougher indeed. Let's just get ourselves set up here. I think we actually have some errors to check potentially. Yeah, so this one right here. I mean, it's not going to give us very much information other than just policy gradient loss just crashed. It is a multinomial kernel. So I suspect that this is not actually in the policy gradient loss. It's probably in the sample function, unless something else internally has multinomial. I guess cross entropy probably internally has it. This could also just be like a PyTorch versioning difference in like what errors and what doesn't as well. To be clear, we're not trying to make it like not fail runs, because if you have bad hypers, of course the loss will explode. We just want it to not crash, right? We want it to not CUDA error out. What this gives us. Okay, yeah, this is just giving us on loss backwards. It's the same error everywhere. Means either inf, nan, or element less than 0. Which one was this? This is puffer grid. This one's going to be slow. This one will probably... Can I just run this on CPU and get like a better error message maybe? I think that this should still run at like a reasonable enough pace. Crazy, this is 1,000 or 100x faster than most academia, even on CPU. 250K. That's a 250,000 step per second training with a CNN and LSTM on CPU. That's ridiculous. Okay, so we'll see. I'm gonna just put this on the other monitor for a bit, and we'll see how that does. And then in the meanwhile here, we will take a look at not this. We'll take a look at the code itself, and we will see if we can spot anywhere where we've done a bad multinomial. The only place I can think of is in the sampling function, though. So, I mean, the only place we explicitly have a multinomial that gets called is right here, right? I guess I don't remember whether I added Let's try to like get a setup that reliably triggers this error on our local while we're running other stuff, right? If I just set the learning rate to something ridiculous, like what if I just set the learning rate to like 10x higher? It should instantly crash, right? Okay, interestingly, this doesn't instantly crash. It doesn't train, but it doesn't instantly crash. What setting could there possibly have been then? That's bizarre. I could have, like, huh. Okay, let's try. Let's see if we can check hyperparams from one of these, like, failed runs. It, like, crashed on this, right? So we should just be able to look at, like, hypers for this, maybe? We didn't even full sweep hypers. Alpha, beta. Gradient norm? I guess the giant batch size. And 32K mini batch. Do we think that does it? Was it 2097? Whoops. So I do get a warning here on policy loss. This doesn't really tell me anything, and the losses look fine, though. Yeah, this also just trained fine. I'm trying to think how we reliably trigger this bug. Is it just make training blow up somehow? I guess we like here. 5 max grad D. That should blow up, right? The fact I can't break this even if I try is a little ridiculous. It doesn't look like it's logging KL. No, it's not logging KL, is it? Oh, it is. Update epochs, maybe? I can't think of what else. I guess instead of doing this, I could like go set a few different things to int for nan and see if I can break stuff that way. So I can't break it like this. Which is surprising that it's that stable. Okay. So this gives me misc. Where does it error? Probability. Okay, so this gives me the same error here. And then if I do train.device, yeah, so there's multinomial. And then we do probably do this as well, right? Okay, interestingly, we still have this. So try probs. This is supposed to be plus, not times. Boolean addition. No? Okay, so now we get in sample logits, we get errors. What is the correct way to do this? Or did they do, is this I don't think this is enabled by default. Wait. This is forward pass, right? logits to probs. Huh. It does seem like something is off here. I don't remember Torch ever doing this. Like, this feels like something changed. Right? You know, you used to get, like, Nan loss or whatever. Hmm. Max logit and overflow. This doesn't work with Nan. Well, I guess technically the other thing we could try to do is we could try to detect this. And we could try to end the run, maybe? That seems bad. Nan to num. Wait, Nan. Pause inf. Okay, wait, they have a thing for this. Replaces Nan, positive infinity, and negative infinity. Okay, that's good. I didn't know that this function existed. So we have to do this only before action sampling. I think other losses like KL should be fine, right? Okay, so this is specific to prob distributions. Norm, okay, distributions, we handle these. Cross entropy obviously uses it in softmax. Arithmetic operations. Well, I guess we'll see whether this is stable, right? But yeah, let's start with this for sure. Probs. And pos inf equals none. So it's 0, 0, 0. Like this. And then multi. Yeah, this is the only multinomial here. So we do what would you want logits to be? Probs. What does logits to probs do? Does it do sigmoid? I think we want to do negative infinity, don't we? And then this here is going to be a little different. So nan okay, we'll see what this does. Contains. Okay, so this still somehow messes up. I thought that you can put this into logits to probs. I thought you could put this into logits to probs, no? Oh, actually, this is my function. Is this my function? No, this is not. Torch distribution. Oh, it's just a softmax. Well, that's dumb. We don't need to have this, right? We can totally replace this. And then what is it? Softmax? Okay. I gotta go do stuff for like 10 minutes. I'll be back and we will continue fixing this. I'm gonna leave stream on. I'm just gonna mute the mic. Don't let me forget to unmute it. Be back soon. Okay. Back here. Let's fix this bug. Is that a CrossFit gym with a desktop and 4090s in the back? Not quite. This is the Puffer training facility. It is where I train agents and where I train myself. The equipment is not all here yet. There's much, much more coming. For now, I've got the rack with the fun pull-up bars, got the climbing rope, I've got the log, the bench, and then I've got the comp bench in the back. We're getting, I think in a week or so, we're getting a bunch of new bars and some like nice accessory things. And then there are 4 commercial grade pieces of equipment that'll show up in about a month. Plus, I gotta get, I got a quote from a bunco for dumbbells. I gotta get a full dumbbell set as well. Now, the one desktop, that's a little trickier. We're going to get 40 of those, but not until the tariffs come down, because I'm not paying plus 40% for desktops. But yeah, then we will get 40 of them, and then the majority of them will be allocated to like all the open source stuff that Puffer does. So ideally, we are able to provide compute for a bunch of contributors, people who are interested in doing RL work with us, all free, all open source. I mean, we already do that now. We have 10 of them total at the moment. Only one of them is here. The other ones are in Florida. But yeah. Oh, and also that one in the back is not 4090. That one's a 5090. The heck? Interesting way to spend seed funding. There's no seed funding. Puffer is bootstrapped. The gym equipment is not Puffer stuff, right? That's just my personal stuff. The machines will be on Puffer. You know, we're doing pretty well so far. Like, we have revenue. 40 boxes is a big ask, so some of that'll also be from my personal. I'm going to be spotting some of that. But you know, at the current rate, we should be definitely more than breaking even on that this year. So, you know, big expense, but we're doing all right with it. I specifically did not want to get seed funding, so I don't have strings attached to what I can do, right? Like, I'm really big on all the open source work. I want to keep, like, you know, as soon as you start talking to VCs, they say, oh yeah, open core, yeah, it's good. It's like, yeah, open core, like, they want you to make some non-open source stuff separate. Like, no, it's all open source, just there, it is what it is. And this is just a much better way to build things. Apparently you can't just... I thought you could put negative infinities into a softmax. Oh, I guess you can't put all negative infinities into a softmax. Is that the problem? If we do like logits 0, so we do like 0, 0, logits to probs. Okay, so that actually works. So I guess you can't have all nans in there. Ooh. I guess multinomial doesn't need probabilities either, though. What happens if you put zeros into multinomial? Sum of probability is less than or equal 0. So, on. Can we just do this directly in prob space, maybe? If we do like... Get out of here, bot. If we do this directly in prob space... Let me make sure I block the right. Yeah, good. Torch.nan to num. Probs 0, 0, 0. And I guess what we'll do is instead of doing zeros, we'll do like 1e minus 8 or something. Let's see about this. Cannot access... Oh, what did I mess up here? Okay. See if this is stable. Okay, so now this is correct. All the losses are nans here. But this is what we want. We wanted it so if you have nans, it should not crash. Now if I run this on CUDA, does it still not crash? Perfect. So I think that this should be good. I think we should be good with this. You see I explicitly put this inf in there. Let me make sure it still trains. Oh, we also want to do the same thing in, we want to add like an epsilon or something to pyro maybe. Yeah, we want to add to pyro. There's this like normalization operation, right? Your max score. So this is like tabs plus 1e minus 6 or something. then this is... I think this is all of them. This should be all of them. Alright. So, this one here actually hasn't crashed yet. So, like, it's running 10x slower, so it would take 10x longer to crash anyways. What we'll do for now... we pull the release branch. Train. And we'll hope that this actually... Oh yeah, I forgot I did a whole bunch of refactoring at the same time that I didn't account for. Anything else? PufferLib. So I moved a bunch of files around. You know, I was like waiting for these experiments to come back, so I did some refactoring and I broke some stuff. Okay, so now it works. I will wait for one experiment before I fully set up the new ones on this one as well. Because we're going to do 2 boxes worth of experiments. This is not up to date. Oh, this is the same tab. Same tab. This is the other tab. Okay. So, you can see the result of the latest refactor here. Deleted 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9 files. Added 1 file, minus 500 lines. Good refactor. This seems to run stably enough, so we will just go ahead and run our experiment. And now we will have breakout sweep and maze sweep both running. Just detach the T-muxes. Make sure I haven't missed any DMs. Set myself an alarm for meeting later today. Okay, cool. Hopefully this is fixed. We will see shortly. What we should expect to happen here. So I have this set up in Neptune. There are a whole bunch of these runs. You can see here we have 3 runs that have just gone on this set, and then there's 1 run on this set so far. If I just like click this tab here, I move some things. Then we see this is the initial run. The initial run is using the center point of the search distribution, so it's meant to give you like a reasonable starting point. And then it's going to take a while after that for it to find, to figure out some good parameters to sample. Actually, there's some corrections we can make, I think, to sweeps as well. There's some things I want to try with this. But then, yeah, we will have these running throughout the day, and we will see what else there is to work on for the release. I'm going to... Difference between Neptune and Wannabe. So far, I've been liking Neptune more. I've been using it for the past few months. PufferLib supports both. I really like how you can just define dashboards with like different groups of plots, and then you can apply this dashboard view to any of the different groups of plots that you have here. So, like, it's really easy to make these nice views and to do my analysis. It's quite nice. It's also more performant overall. All right, back into, and just get a little bit of exercise in here, what the equipment is for, and we will think about what we do next. All right. So far, so good. Now, there's one thing I want to look at on the sweeps real quick. Yeah, so this cost thing here, I'm not appending cost. So what's this actually doing? Scores, cost, time steps. Simple linear. Oh, so this is just not going to... I see. Yeah, this will totally mess up sweeps. It's a good thing I caught this, because the sweeps probably run stably now. But, yeah, this is not going to work well. So the way that the sweeps work, we take the trajectory. So we take this plot that we see from training, right? And the way the puffer sweep algo works, we cut this up. We like downsample it to 10 points instead of however many points are on this graph, and then we pass those 10 points to a learned model. So it maps like this number of training steps with these hyperparams to that level of performance. So it's not getting all those numbers right now. So I guess what we do right now, we will fix that, and then once we fix that, we'll figure out what else to do on optimizing today. A whole bunch of pre-release work to do. I don't remember why. I guess because the profile doesn't have uptime anymore. I can just do this for now, right? Eval and train. Like this. We'll just do cost.append that. Oh, there's also just, hang on. I can just do uptime as part of the train run, which would be better, right? I can just not even have this. I can just do data that was at clean PufferL dot uptime. I think it's just PufferL here. Time minus start time. It should be fine. Let's add this to breakout and let's see if it does anything different. Okay, so this is what we were getting initially. And we should actually see a pretty big difference. Because it's very difficult for it to learn. Well, the hyperparam sweep can't really learn anything. It becomes closer to a random search without that additional arg. Let's just see how well it was doing. It was still finding some stuff. But I think we should expect it to do substantially better than this. Yeah, we should expect substantially better results. Just making sure that I didn't break it. Did I get the last point right? Yes, I did. I did get the last point right. Alright, so this is working fine. B, D. This window, same thing. And then this should actually give us something. .2 mil per am model. Alright, so that should be sweeps fixed, and if not, we will find that out later when we get some actual, some substantial results back from this. Go back to the to-do list. So the kind of the name of the game for the next few weeks is going to be prepare for release. So no really new big features going in at the moment, just like trying to polish up everything that we have, deliver some really nice baselines, make it really easy to use, do any last little performance tweaks. That's kind of the idea. My hope is that this block doesn't take too long, and then, we're able to get this release out within the next couple of weeks. It's a lot of work, and it's a lot of quite boring work, frankly, as well. But the idea is once I finish this block, so once we do this release, which is going to be mostly like cleanup, benchmarking, doing the packaging, the refactor and packaging, and then writing the blog posts and stuff for release. Once we get all that done and we have this out, then the next block for the next probably like a month or whatever is going to be some hardcore algorithm development. It's going to be pretty much going back through everything that DeepMind has done over the last 5 years and trying to see what they figured out and how we can like leverage what works and toss what doesn't. Okay, so layer norm, we tried that. Let's just go through everything, why not? Layer norm, we tried, sometimes works, it sometimes doesn't, it's not a clear win. Value function batch norm. Norm not over mini. Yeah, we could actually mess with a few small things here. Okay. Retune batch size. We're doing that now. Basic model architecture scaling. We did that, it works. Annealing gamma. We didn't really mess with this, and we're not going to do that this release. Harder algorithm stuff is going to be for next segment. Fix dumb env bindings, we did. Transpose obs collection, we tried this, we didn't need to do it. Reduce profile ordering, we did this. Compile and AMP shenanigans, we did this. Really clean multi-env benchmarking, I need to make a script for that still. All M's a normalized score, we did it. Run script to do all runs under one tag. Yeah, this is the same thing as this. We'll do that. Mean across scores, this will work as soon as that's done. This needs ablations, but is done. This needs ablations, but is done. This is done. This is the same as this. We kind of did everything else. We do need to run some tests on distributed training. We do need to get meta running. Train eval and env reset does. Okay. And then the rest of this is remove some old files and functions. Mostly done. I think there's only maybe some stuff in PyTorch we can find, but I think we mostly got rid of redundant stuff. We do have to go like make Atari and all the other M's work. Merge small files into PufferLib. We did. Flip range for continuous policy, so we found that out the other day. We have not done this yet. And then there's some notes to add. Cool. Oh, and I forgot to mention docs. Yeah, we still need to do new docs for the new release as well, so that's going to be a pain. I think that the best thing we can do right now is to start getting some of the other M's working. Because, I probably broke some bindings and stuff with those. And meta needs to still work. That's a big env. And probably later today, Spencer will be around. And Spencer will want to take a look at GPU drive as well. I'll try to make that work for him. Got impulse wars from Captain. I think that pretty much there are two things that we have, other than like the final experiments. The two things we have, we need to clean up little bits of the training code here and there. And then we need to get like good benchmarks on all the M's. Once train code is clean and we have good benchmarks, I will be comfortable running final experiments and shipping. So those are the two things. Start with meta. Let's see if we can get that to work. Actually, let's just upgrade. Let's just like do the full upgrade on this right now. So this is one of the key M's we're looking at here. It's this like kind of Factorio-esque. Not really. It's like the agents collect resources and then they put them into converters and get other resources and so on and so forth. I have to make their script 311. Is that it? Oh yeah, they made this script a whole bunch simpler, it looks like. You must be in the meta conda M to run this. God damn it, they made conda required? That sucks. Huh. Can I just, like, do these independently? Why is this installing Torch 2.7? That's just gonna break. Why is it doing this? They have this, like, specified in requirements? Oh, they have freaking Torch RL in here. Which then pins... Where do they actually set up meta? They don't do it anywhere here. Check out and build. So they don't have meta in here at all, right? Meta grid.sh. Okay, so this has separate... I see. So they didn't actually move it into one package. Yeah, so they didn't actually fully port this at all. They just, like, put it into their repo. Tons of these. This doesn't have requirements listed at all. It seems that does something. Let's see if this will build Scython for us. And we can just use this as is. Looks like we're gonna have to rewrite this in C. This? The thing is, this is kind of already in Python and C++. But yeah, absolutely, I could make this thing way faster and simpler. We have a good collaboration with the folks that make this. The one tricky thing is just the way that we tend to build stuff is very, very different. They have like a very big tech style approach to doing things where like everything is highly modularized. And Puffer is the exact opposite. We like really try to just like contain everything like as much as possible to a few simple components, which are even intended to just read the source code of. They're not meant to be abstracted. So what we've done is we've done our best to like make these things cross-compatible in a way that they can build in the way that they want to build, and we can build our stuff in the way that we want to build. And we can still ship them useful things, and then we can still use their env in a way that's useful for testing. I think we're gonna have to do the new API port as well, right? This one's on me. I gotta fix this. Okay, so right, I put num m's and I put all this stuff into vec, not into env. PufferLib. Yeah, so this goes into vec onto env, so I don't know why I did that. Make n from, yeah, so now this is where we have to do the port. Make m from config, and I think this is where we have to like see how they did it. They should have some like scripts or whatever. I'm just gonna check this on their web UI. There's like too much stuff to even look at. Is it tools? I think it is tools. So then they do omegaconf.load. I don't think that this is it though. Set up meta env. Set up meta grid env. Set up util runtime configuration. Set up meta grid env of config. So I think we can just do this doesn't return you an env. Yeah, this doesn't even return you an env. Where do they actually get the env? They don't. So they get train, and then train is this. So they do load the config. They have their own policy store. Config.trainer. So I guess this somehow... Is it somehow in Puffer, like their Puffer code? This takes a config. So they have config from path here. Where does the env, like where do they actually make the env? Make vecenv. Wait, what? Metasim vecenv. Wargs. Oh, I guess it's literally they just pass they just pass the config to the env, right? Okay, so then all I need to know is how they load it, which I think I saw already. Bug. I think it is just an omegaconf.load, right? So can I just do that? But can I just do like env equal or config equals just import omegaconf from omegaconf import omegaconf. Okay, and then you load this. And then where is the env creation thing? The env creation thing. Probably this. So it's from metagrid .metagrid.env import metagrid.env. This takes an env config. Metagrid. Yeah, like this. G. And does this take a buffer? This does take buffer. And then this should probably go after this. I don't know. We'll do this for now. Metagrid env init. Okay, so we do render mode. And this doesn't have seed yet. Okay, this is a Python 3.11 issue. I knew I was going to have to fix this at some point. So for some reason, the Python devs decided that slice should not be hashable, and then they decided it should be hashable, and now it's like there's a breaking change from 3.11 to 3.12. We'll just use the start. This LSTM here. Okay. And then PufferLib.utils. This is API stuff that we've changed. Okay, so this does run. Cool. We'll just Neptune this thing, and we will see what this does out of the box. Huh. See what this does out of the box in a few minutes. Meanwhile, Maze looks like it crashed. Yeah, these look like they might have both crashed. We did get some better results, though. Interesting. Well, let's get this. Yeah, it's going to be a lot of context switching today. Let's get this to run. And then we'll have this window up. Oh, maybe this is still going? Because this just launched. Okay, so here's our run that we have for the thing we just launched. And let's go check to see if either of these crashed. This looks totally fine, right? Yep. So breakout is still going. And then here, this one did crash. Error while computing log prob at site Y. What on earth? Is this Pyro? It is in Pyro. Okay, so then the only thing that's left here is, it seems like it is possible for the actual sweep itself to still error out. So we will double check that. Where do we think we could get nans in here? The score is not something that can be nannable because we don't use the loss for the score. So somehow here, something is not getting propagated correctly. Oh wait, log C minus log C min. This could be... If this is 0, but then we're just training everything to map to 0, right? And then 0 divided by 1e minus 6. is 0. I don't think that it's possible that you get nans in the training data. But I mean, I guess. Oops. I forgot I had multiple workspaces. What is this going to tell us here? So gputils.train is where this breaks. 428. So it breaks on this, GP cost and cost opt. GP cost is the process. What's cost opt? Oh, the optimizer. So it's just this data that's set from here. It's a mapping from params. The log C norm. So I can just do like and do something like this. And is this a CUDA error? Or can I catch this? I actually think we can catch this because that's not a CUDA error, right? That's like a validation error. We do try. What line was it? gp.util.train. Okay. So we redo this sweep. And now we should hopefully get a breakpoint the next time it crashes. Because I think we got all of the NAND bugs out of the main transcript. There's like one last potential instability in the inputs to Pyro. And then hopefully we should have stable sweeps. Go check on this experiment. Okay, so yeah, this is unfortunately, this is on par with the previous not so great train runs, where they get stuck at 0.5. Pyro is it's the Gaussian process optimizer that we're using. It's like it's just like a torch extension library that has Gaussian processes and stuff in it. So we will unfortunately have to add that as a dep unless we want to implement our own Gaussian processes, which are really annoying to implement. Big. PufferLib environments. Meta YAML. And this is the config we used. Let's just open it. Another good question was when I did this experiment, which actually I linked this to Aaron yesterday, so I can go find that link. I did go link this to Aaron. Okay. So this was the heart get. Mit ID. This was 21st. E06. It was this commit here, in which I added some hypers. We can double check these real quick, but I'm pretty sure these are the same. Yep, so like, these are all the same, right? Okay. The other thing I wasn't sure about with this that I wanted to go double check on is, did we have the env file committed at this point? We did have the env file committed. So I can actually verify here that this is exactly what we trained on. With all these cooldowns just as they were before. Okay. I wonder if it's possible that something changed in their config format. You think something could have changed in their config format such that like now this is like no longer valid or something? This is a totally different curve, right? I want to check that. That could be the case. This. Is this like taking tons of memory? Nope, just loading the GPU quite a bit. Okay. This buffer. Because this gets passed in. This will just give us the drive around. $16 players. Metadata. Nothing there. Grid objects. Okay, so this just tells you everything that's in the N, which is going to be a ton of stuff, right? Oh yeah, this is a massive amount of stuff. Wrapper attribute. Where's the config get applied in here? I think I gotta just start reading their env code, right? Underscore env config. Shouldn't this have an underscore? It does have an underscore env config. And it is the one that I passed correctly. Wait, self.envconfig equals get new envconfig. Wait. This gets passed. And then it makes a template of this. Okay, and then it resolves this config. Now this is the config that we pass. You get the renderer working. Okay. So here's the end. Agents like walk around and do stuff. Kind of. They don't really move very much. All these are red ores. These ones. Hmm. Still going. Trying to think how we debug this. It's like, what could have possibly changed? Like, it would have to be the env, right? Because it's gotta be the env. Let me see. So I remember it wasn't working. We got curves that looked like this. And then I pasted in. Where's it? Okay, so I pasted in these new params. Not these. Okay, so I pasted in these new params, which was the new learning rate, gamma, lambda, all that. And then we had it working very well. I just pasted these in from like a quick sweep, I remember. $128 times 16, right? That was the idea. 16 workers. Batch size 64, yeah. This is a double buffered setup with a bunch of workers. Same params. Didn't mess with the env config in any weird way. I think if there's like, is it possible I did something The meta code? Let me see. Reset env. So they have this reset env. The env.reset. I should be fine just calling reset here then. Is this thing seeded? No, they don't use seed. We could double check. We should double check we're getting real data. Pretty darn sure we did this right. It's always possible I messed up though. Okay, so we go here, and we do mode train. They're all zeros. Okay, I mean, like, we see that there's data in here, right? Like, not a ton of stuff. But, like, there is... We've seen a couple channels already that had stuff in them. Yeah. So, I mean, there's data. And then we have our encoder. Network is a small CNN. I'll be fine. And this is what we used, importantly, as well. I wonder if I messed up the action decoding for multi-discrete. That could do it. I tried on old PufferLib though, too, didn't I? Pretty darn sure I tried on old PufferLib. Worth checking. Do I have any other, like, multi-discrete M's? Hang on, I do. Let me just test if I can learn one of those real quick. We should have, like, the sanity. Make... We had multi-discrete. I know we have a multi-discrete in here. Oh, it's just called spaces. I'm trying to figure out how do I reconnect these real quick. .env. Oh, it's just make spaces. Unexpected keyword arg seed. Holy. Well, this was what we wanted. It does not instantly solve this. And just make sure they're not all bugged. Okay, so there is something wrong, I think, with spaces. I don't know whether it's the same bug or not. But it's worth us looking into this decoder. So this is the multi-discrete. You know, it looks like I could have messed this up at all, like, quite a bit here. Let me try something. And just check how I did this in, like, earlier versions. I think, this could definitely be it. I could have just messed up multi-discrete sampling. That's the only other thing I could think of that I touched that would, like, specifically mess up meta and not anything else. I thought I was being pretty careful with it, but maybe not. Okay, so interestingly, yeah, but this is the dev branch. We need to go back farther to, like, before I did this. Like, to here, maybe. Right? Yeah. Can I just, like, copy this whole function, actually? I should be able to. I don't know if I messed with anything else that would matter in here. Entropy gets called on normalized logits. Okay. I think I can actually not mess with this so much and just do this. This one. We'll see if this produces anything different. $26 to 26297, right? Yeah. Right there. Okay, so this was the original one. Now this is the new one. Okay, so this was, we can see the two different, we can see this one lines up with this one. So even if we go back to the earlier action sampling, it does not seem to make a difference. Did I mess with any of the other functions in here? Nope. That is correct. This is identical. And I do not believe I did anything else. Evidently, I did not just break sampling. What else could it be then? Good to know I didn't just break sampling. Leave it for now as well, just to be sure. Let's kill this. Think. I've already also, to be clear, I've tested this exact branch as well. I'm not just like guessing. Adding the resets here. Added max steps. These are all the changes I remember, and these are all up to date. Hang on. We have somebody here with delivery that I don't know who this is. apparently we have an entire semi worth of lights that our electric guys ordered for a different job to our address. Don't fucking know. Weird. What are we gonna do about this this run? This isn't a case where I just like did something and I don't remember what I did. Like I know exactly what I did. I think I'm doing the same thing and it's not replicating. In fact, it's not just I think I know what I did, right? I have the git commits. I have the diff to the commit. Exactly. The heck could have possibly changed? And all the other M's work great as well. Jiggle the hyperparameters around a little bit, but like, right? I could also rerun a hyperparam sweep on this. That's a thing I could do. I mean, realistically, right, this is supposed to fix... This is supposed to do well within... Okay, 1E8. So 100 million steps, you should be able to see a very substantial difference. I can rerun the sweep. I'm not confident that's going to get us anywhere, but I can at least try that. It's weird because we got this curve with these hyperparams. Same model. No other diffs. Unless, hang on, wait a second. Does this record? This does record the entire diff, right? Not just the diff to the transcript? Wait. Hang on. I think it is just a diff to the train screenshot. It is just a diff to this one file. Okay, wait, that changes things. Yeah, and you can see the diff here, it's on the config file only. Okay. Let's do some, like, 100 millish runs, right? Let's play with some things. 100 mil run. No energy steps. See if this does anything. I don't want to spend all day doing this, but, you know, it's worth playing with this a little bit just to make sure I didn't screw something up. Because I just realized if it's not recording the full diff, then there could be differences. Okay. Do here to there. In the meantime, double check on some runs. Buffer grid is still going just fine. And this one. Okay, so there's like some rare instability in Pyro, but other than that, we've kind of gotten our sweep stable as well. So we are in a decent spot, I would say, overall. A decent spot. And we can see we actually have quite comprehensive sweep on breakout here. Not seeing a bunch of good runs, though. We probably are going to want to mess with our sweep setup if this is all we're getting out of it. Open dashboard. Sweep progress. Yeah, not great on the sweeps, so we definitely screwed something up with our sweeps. It is possible it's just like the normalization change I made. Yeah, so this is not doing great, but if it's not sweeping breakout well, then we don't expect it to do particularly well. Okay, this ain't it. This one. Our breakout sweep, right? Oh, this is breakout. Changes it, having the max score in place. And if so, then we can work off of that. Leave that over there. Build. Okay, so this just doesn't run. Maybe we can track some other stats from this, and we can get like a hint from some of these stats, eh? Because like this should have logged a whole bunch of stuff. Okay, episode length is 1,000. FPS? No, we didn't log SPS or anything. Problem is there's so many metrics here. Just look at them side by side. Maybe we can find like a telling stat. Okay, so they don't, like this attack nearest, it doesn't learn this quickly at all. Get output. This learns super quickly. Get output. Interestingly, we learned to move around a whole bunch. I mean, this is like going up cleanly. But we just have like this very slow. I mean, even from like, you can tell these apart like 20 million steps in. Right here, this is battery gained. This should be learnable immediately as well. It gets rewarded for it. Okay. It's funny because it's not getting rewarded for this. So this agent just says screw that, and this agent's like, doing its own thing. Would it make sense? Wait, hang on. 0.2. It's not at 0.2, it's at like 0.4. But like still. These are probably rare. It's kind of treating these like any other resource, right? But ore. And then this heart here, it's also not. Again, like 50 mil steps, you can tell it apart. Or less. Okay, so this is... It's treating... It seems like it's not getting the rewards, is what it really seems like to me. We get red ore. Ah, okay, hang on. So here, or.red.get. This is like not terribly far off, right? It's getting the or here. Not learning to do anything with them. Yeah, it hasn't learned to like put them anywhere. But I mean, this would imply that it is getting the reward, right? Do you think I changed the conversion time to 0? Mine produce. Let me run that real quick. No, we already have one conversion ticks on everything. And that was like, that's the way it just was. You know, we do actually know one other thing, which is that I committed this file. I actually did commit this file with that PR that I marked. Like, it was actually quite well organized. So you can see here. File. Yeah, so you can actually see here that this was the state that this file was in. So actually, I am quite confident then that I didn't just mess with the env config. In which case, I can't think of really anything better to do than just run a sweep, right? Of course, our current sweep stuff is messed up. Isn't it kneeling? That guy. Hey, Tyler. Yeah, I know. It's alright. He's mostly just a poster. He's like, I don't know, maybe half the engineer that he is a poster. And thanks for the free exposure, I guess. He didn't do it again, right? I don't know, I thought that was pretty funny. It's like, you can poke a little bit of fun at Google. Right? I mean, they were like, yeah, artificial puffer intelligence and stuff in the comments. I'm like, alright. That's 1 second. It's also pretty funny that I've been in RL longer than this. So, nice try, buddy. Nice try. Yeah, Tyler, the thing I'm trying to figure out right at the moment, there are two things. One is I'm just fixing hyperparam sweeps and like fixing some stability issues in the latest build that I'm pretty confident we'll be able to get to work. The thing that's really weird at the moment though, I can't get, we are setting soda on every single env pretty much out of the box. Except this one env that we set soda on like 3 weeks ago, we can't reproduce at all. And it's a pretty important one. I have no idea why this one env is just not working the way it was expected to. It's meta. It's a third-party env that's built with the Puffer APIs. Do I really trust this gamma? I'm gonna just do something dumb for the hell of it. One random thing, just to check. And then after that, I'll just ignore this. I'll go back to the hyperparam sweep stuff or general cleanup. And then when the hyperparam stuff works correctly, then we will just rerun on this and see. And if that doesn't work, it must have been an env change because, like, it's just not a thing that happens in Puffer, right? We don't lose experiments. I mean, it's like pretty instant that this thing learns, and it should be. What order did I merge these commits? Meta working. Yeah, and then none of these are applicable here. Oh, I guess there's the April. If we go here, there are a bunch of changes. This one especially. We might just have to retune. Oh, so this actually is like pretty close to this one as well. It's suspicious that I can't find anything that's like... Everything kind of matches this. Nothing like gets even 0.6 or anything. It's kind of weird. It's like everything is screaming that this is an env side change. Is this trajectory related? What is 2621 over 128 over 128 horizon length? Be fine. Wait. That's not that many. That's not that many M's. Honestly, don't know what I'm looking at, but keep it up. Thanks. This is currently debugging like some fiddly RL experiments. Pretty much like we set a whole bunch of really good results a couple of weeks ago, and then I left for a week and I came back and we reproduced all the results perfectly except for one. So I'm trying to figure out what happened to this like one experiment. And usually I'm pretty good at like tracking our changes, making sure we don't lose stuff. So it's a really weird case. Hmm. Man, I don't even know why I'm spending so much time thinking about this when it's like I know I didn't modify the environment file, right? I know I ran experiments on the same thing with the exact same commit of PufferLib. Those two things don't make sense together, right? Maybe I shouldn't be too suspicious of this flat curve either. I do seem to remember it being very difficult to get it to go above 0.5 until I set the new hyperparams. Would totally make sense though if I changed something else at the same time. Pretty well remember what I did though that day, and I didn't do anything else. At least I didn't do anything else in the env configuration. Possible I had like some local changes to metagrid. Had some like local changes to the environment file. The only thing I remember doing there though was resetting the env, making sure I reset the env. I'm doing that correctly now as well. Hmm. Like truly bizarre. I also don't know how it is that my breakout sweep suddenly doesn't work. Oh, that's definitely a bug, right? That's definitely gotta be a bug. Okay, I'm gonna let this do its thing. I'm gonna grab a drink and then we'll ignore this for now and we'll just fix sweeps, because maybe in fixing sweeps we just rerun the sweep and we get params that work. You see, it literally starts off wrong. You see that? Literally the first point starts off wrong. Doesn't that imply it has to be env config? It almost has to be, right? Unless it's just like it learned so much in the first update. But no, right? Because you collect all the data. No, this is literally has to be env config. Unless... it could just take a few updates, I guess, yeah. I already reran the commit as the thing. Hey Plasma. I'm doing okay. I'm still just like trying to reproduce this experiment, which is weird. I was so careful to not change the environment, but like this gap here, it almost has to be environment changed if it's like literally the first point recorded. I mean, technically this is already 14 million steps in. Like that's a few batches, but still. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. This is gonna drive me crazy if I just spend all day doing this, and unlikely we're gonna get anywhere with just me staring at it. I'm gonna grab a drink, do a set or two real quick, clear my head, and then we will see if I can fix the hyperparam sweep stuff. That I actually have some idea of what I might have broken, that I know should work very well, and I know like I have a better idea of what can be of what stuff I changed there and what like we can fix. We fix hyperparam sweeps. We can at least rerun all the other experiments except this env. Come back to this, and we'll go from there. Be right back. Pink and green is the result. Yeah. The green is the, or the pink is the original one. And then we can't get anywhere close to it. It's very weird. It's very, very weird. Okay. Let's go do stuff on sweeps. Right here. Cannot import. Interesting. Oh, because it's 311. There. So we should be getting 10 observations back here. There's nothing in total time steps. Okay. These hypers look totally wrong. Hmm. Okay, so these are the correct ones. So we have here is the observe, right? It shouldn't just be. Okay, we do have total time steps here. So this is 1.5 million steps. So this is like a very early first point, it looks like. Score is 0. Cost is like nothing, right? So we just do or cost. We'll do like this. Continue. Now the next one is at 11 million, which is 17 score and 7 seconds into training. 20 mil. Okay, so we can see that we're actually observing correctly the various different points. Now this should be the last point here, and this is on eval. This total time step should be wrong. Yeah, because this is only for eval, so we'll fix this real quick. Some improvement. I see. So, time steps.append global step. We should just put this up top, right? That will get us to 80 mil or whatever. That's not the bug, though. That's not the thing that's breaking everything. I can tell you that for sure. We go again. Okay. So this will run. And we will see whether we observe the correct steps. Suggestion index. $50 random samples. We have 10 success observations. Okay, so this is going to give us a random suggestion. Random.choice. The goal is just going to be to see how all the data is getting normalized and why the predictions don't make any sense. Because, like, looking at this graph, right, from over, where is it? So, like, you get a couple of reasonable random suggestions, and then it just doesn't do anything. Like, for some reason, it's pushing cost all the way to the bottom or whatever. All right. So here are our parameters. Expect these to be reasonable. Here's our y. These look good, right? Min score is 0. That's fine. Max score, whoa. What? Well, this is completely wrong. Right here, this is wrong. I don't know why I would do this abs thing like this. This should be this. Okay. Take abs of max score minus min score. That could totally be it right there, if I'm not setting max scores, right? I want to keep going a little bit here, though. Okay, so like this is half off-ish, right? But it's bad. It's like not awful. And then the cost, I guess. Okay, so let's get the costs. Apparently that didn't work, but whatever. We will try again with our newfound fixes. Okay, so now we have reasonable mins and maxes. Nicely normed, 0 to 1, right? We've got reasonable cost observations. Now we have reasonable log cost observations, right? Cost goes into log space. I actually don't know why we put cost in log space, to be fair, right? I mean, we've played with it a few different ways. Well, we'll leave this as is for now. These are both reasonable. Okay, here's your norm, 0 to 1. Quite clean. You train your GPC. Okay, so now we get our Pareto points. Which there are quite a few of them. Pareto. Pretty much all of them, right? Yeah, literally all of them. It should be if we have a good initial curve. Then we sample some suggestions. Suggestions, shape. Whole bunch of suggestions, right? And we score them. In this latent space, right? Then we have GPY norm, P log C norm, GPY. What do? It's times max score minus min score. We actually don't need this this abs at all. The worst case is 0 here. Right? I don't think you need this abs. Because the worst case should be 0. So now they're getting multiplied by max minus min. And then add to min, yeah. Then we have log C. It's exp. You have C. You get a min and a max. C. Okay. And you have your Pareto Y. Y Pareto indices. Okay. Got your Pareto. Was it log C norm? I don't think this C... Wait, do we still use this, like, C right thing? This doesn't get used. Yeah, so let's not confuse ourselves here. Because none of these get used anymore, right? Now this doesn't get used. This does get used. Hang on, what are we doing here? This is not what I remember. But maybe I'm reading my own stuff wrong. Hang on. So... Okay. Target equals GPC norm. Oh, look, this just gets deleted here. You see this? Yeah, this all just goes away. It's right here. Yeah, this is what I remember. So it's just 1.25 times a random. It's multiplied by a weight. It's GPY norm. You gotta make sure GPY norm is right. It's right here. Times the weight. Okay. Then it's an argmax. Let's commit this and then see if this does anything different. Bit of this. All right. See, let's see how this changes it. So we had... Okay, this breakout sweep was starting to do kind of something. So let's see now with the fixes if we actually get something reasonable out of it. Oh, let me read that in a second, Tyler. Let me at least get this run started so we can have this going. While I check your thing. Throw me. Okay, so yeah, let me help you with that. Throw me show drone ideas. From our natural gas leakage survey. I'm trying to think if you actually really need coordinated much of anything for it. And the no military is always a fun thing. Surveying. Yeah. What kind of well, all of them, honestly, in like drones. Like the whole RL is superhuman at drone piloting for the first part. If you get it right, it's also superhuman at coordination. The like, so like some communication stuff would be useful in like a variety of applications. The really like heavily like swarm based stuff is probably military stuff. But I mean the tech goes way farther than that. Like if you want to get into something that is like defense but not military, for instance, right? Um, you can purely have these things for like surveying an existing premise and like covering an area. That's like security, even private security there. That's like a pretty reasonable thing. I think generally you want to have these things be able to like you want to have these things be able to make reasonable decisions based off of either shared information or like local or responsive to one another depending. I guess like the spread out and do X is a good application. So like there is probably stuff in agriculture with that, to be fair. Though I don't know if it's effective, like powering them and having like all that stuff versus just like having something on the ground. Let me think of like what would get somebody excited that's not military drone stuff. We'll think quick. Well, I mean, is she interested in science generally? Because it's like an excellent it's an excellent problem for studying like decentralized aggregate behavior and the like, right? I mean, it's like the problem that you would go to in the real world for like relatively efficient, relatively doable, coordinated behavior. I mean, that's like fundamental to our understanding of everything from ants to how companies are run, right? So in a sense, it's just like it's a very good science problem in some sense, right? That also will get enough people in industry interested that it's like actually viable to scale research on it. And yeah, obviously there's like some stuff that's military there. There's stuff that's like security adjacent, but I mean broader than that, like the same tech goes on everything, right? So like the things that you came up with are possibly reasonable. Even if you don't apply the exact same stuff to a drone form factor, right? You can apply the same algorithm to like a ground unit for removing weeds if you wanted to do that. Maybe that's more reasonable. Like the algorithm side is going to be very, very similar. It's just that if you're trying to pick a problem to get a large number of people interested, drones are just a very flashy one that's very good at that. And technically, it's very similar to many other things that you could look at. That's kind of the way I would look at it, right? Because I do a lot of general RL tech, and then every so often I look for problems where it's like, okay, this is an area where a lot of people will get excited if we kind of demonstrated our tech on this. there are probably a lot of downstream applications. There are always going to be some that are military and some that aren't, right? But I think that this is just generally an area where if you can get RL working on it very well, you will get a lot of people excited. You'll power a lot of like fundamental advancements in RL and in our understanding of aggregate intelligence in general or collective intelligence in general, and you'll push a lot of things quite far forward. And it's actually a problem where I think it's like relatively reasonable to do that because like it's the air. They have to not collide with each other, and that's about it. So you'll probably just, even if you don't like, you will probably get some really fascinating aerial displays out of it, right? You'll probably get some really fascinating aerial displays. Like if you can just control a whole bunch of them and say, hey, all of you go do this, all of you go do that, and do it like in a way that makes sense without crashing into each other and stuff, like that will already be. And there's really not much like that. Show her like M Agent, for instance. Like it's on David Ha's website. So like M Agent or Boyd's. Where's this? So if you look at even just like basic stuff like this, right? Imagine doing this in like actual 3D with drones, or like even like Boyd's. Right there, like all these flocking type sims and things. These are all like models of coordinated behavior. There you go. Okay, have we run any experiments in the meantime? Or did they fail? They failed, yay. Poor cost rating. Welcome, YouTube folks. We're currently working on getting our hyperparam stuff sweeps back working, so we can run some large-scale, like few hundred run hyperparam sweeps over all our new environments, and see how well our new algorithm can do on all of the environments. Because like right now, we're pretty much solving everything out of the box without even having retuned stuff. So I imagine that we can do quite a bit better even than we're doing now, which should set us up for a very solid release. I'm particularly interested to see, like, neural MMO is kind of an expensive M, so we don't retune hyperparams all that often. And like this is kind of just what we've gotten out of mostly scaling up the network a little bit, but also just little tweaks I've made here and there to it. So I'm interested to see with a really optimized hypers how well we can do this thing. This is an old website. Yeah, I mean, there are a bunch of implementations of it. Plasma in the Discord is actually doing a Boyd's environment for Puffer right now. So. Actually, do we even have... Hang on. We don't have Boyd's on this one, but yeah, he showed us, we've got like a little interesting Boyd's type sim that he's been working on for Puffer. We'll have that merged in soon, hopefully. And Spencer's also interested in drones. So there are a lot of people interested in this space. Drones. Oops. Oh. One of the pieces of gym equipment I'm waiting for shipped. The one I'm really looking forward to. Gonna be fun. Just got my quote for some dumbbells as well. Very fun. So probably sometime in the next few days I will have to get up and go take freight delivery. Alright, this is now running. We will see whether this is stable or not. So the first 5 runs are... Well, the first run is like going to always be good, and then the next few are randomly sampled, and then after that, the algorithm takes over. Okay, so now the algorithm is suggesting stuff that's like 20 mil. I don't know why it's suggesting such short runs. That will be the next thing for us to look at. My shipping. Okay, yeah, so it's doing something... It should not be doing this, where it's like pushing the cost all the way to the bottom. I'm going to give it a few more runs to see if it keeps doing this. And then I'm going to... What we'll do is we'll boot up an individual run, and we'll see if we can figure out why. In fact, why don't we just do that on our local while it's doing that? This is something that I worked very hard to make sure that this algorithm doesn't do. So this must just be like some weird bug in something I did recently. A lot of these algorithms, they'll kind of just give up. And they'll be like, yeah, I can't figure out how to make the long experiments work anymore, so I'll just run cheap experiments. It's quite silly, actually. I know that this divide param is not used. We don't have to worry about that. Oh, and here, actually, this LF false. Oh, I committed this. So actually, then the first few runs were fine. Right? The first few runs were fine. And then it started doing this. Well, we'll start from here, and we'll see what this does. Yeah, you see all these runs being here? Yeah, it's because they're all down here in total time steps. Except this one. I wonder if this is like something to do with log cost. This could just be something weird with the way I've defined log cost, right? You know, because cost starts at 0. Oh, you know, that's totally what it is, right? I see. So I think it's because this is a little silly. So because cost starts like very close to 0, and it's going on a log scale, it's actually going to put a decent chunk of our runs very low cost. And we literally like it can't set fewer than 20 million time steps. That's the minimum we allow. So how do we fix that? Totally what it is. Yeah, so like generally, if you think about that, then if I try to do a run that was like between 1 billion and 1.5 billion steps, it's always going to do 1 billion. Because on a log scale, it's going to get some early checkpoints, and then it's going to try to sample in the space of cost 0 to 1.5 billion in a log scale. Most of the time, you're going to be below 1 billion, so it rounds up to 1 billion. This is why when I look at this here, get stuck. Well, I know what, and now I know what the problem is. I don't even need to look at this. I just need to think of how I want to solve it. And this specifically comes from the fact that I'm adding traces, like full traces of the curves. I guess one thing we could do is we only need we can just change the way our sampling works, right? So let's say we don't log any partial points. We don't log any points that are below the minimum number of time steps that we could run a full experiment for. That would be a start. Would be a start. I think let's just do that for now, and then let's see what happens, right? We can just do it as like a quick hack for now as well. Make sure it works, and then we can like figure out how we want to really do it. Like here, this downsample linear. So actually we just feed in here. PufferLib. Can you help with one topic? I'm stuck. Depends what it is. Is anything adjacent to any of this stuff? Then sure. Global step greater than equal. Let me figure out what the param is called. Where's the config? Args. Logistic regression. I can point you to better resources depending on where you're trying to learn stuff from. I imagine you're like studying stuff. Like, where are you currently studying that from? Okay, that'll run. We'll see if that does anything. Oops. For reference, by the way, like, that's literally logistic regression right there. Like, that's it. Now, obviously, you gotta write your own backwards and stuff, but like, it's just a linear layer and a sigmoid. Between linear and logistic regression, it's the sigmoid. Well, I guess it depends on regression and classification. If you're regressing one variable as a sample, it's literally, all right, and then you do like a loss. Looks like forward, reg, red, like loss, something like this. Y is your output variable. And then it's for logistic regression, you literally just add in the sigmoid. So you can only learn linear decision boundaries. Your data has to be linearly separable for linear regression to work. Logistic regression gives you one nonlinear activation to play with. You can learn nonlinear bounds. That's all. Now look, I mean, I'm minimizing a little bit here because like I remember spending several hundred hours when I was 16 being very, very confused by like fundamental ML stuff as well. And I still would be confused if I went and go look at like the pure math after not having looked at it for like the last couple years or whatever. But conceptually, these things are quite simple. And then, I mean, when you go implement your own autograd and stuff, things are like annoying because you have to make sure you get everything right. And like, there are a million tricks in modern ML that make things just work the way that you would expect them to. That if you implement stuff yourself without those tricks, it just won't work anywhere near as well, and you'll be confused as to why. But conceptually, these things are quite simple. Gotten any experiments working in the meanwhile? It is still pushing this all the way down to the bottom. Still doing ridiculously short runs. That seems weird to me. Like, that seems very weird. Let me make sure I just, like... Scores. Costs. Oh, you know what it is? I'm dumb. Okay, I'm dumb. I know what I did wrong. And I know why this did, like, yeah, I know exactly what I did. Surprised I didn't hit this before. Target minus... Oh, no, wait. Isn't this fine? This is fine, right? Because it's point minus GP log C norm. Oh, wait, this should be in log space then, right? And this is running a longer experiment right here. Maybe it is fine. So, to give you a bit of an idea of what we're looking at here, this is our new hyperparam tuning algorithm. I've been sitting on this result for several months. It's a very, very good hyperparam tuning algorithm, but we made a few changes recently and we kind of broke a few things. So I'm trying to get it back to its old level of perf for the upcoming release. And currently what's happening is that the way the algorithm works is it picks a length of experiment, and then it tries to select, and it tries to guess an experiment that it thinks will do well that'll take about that long. What it does is it runs a whole bunch of experiments of different lengths. It builds up predictive models of how long an experiment is going to take and how well it thinks it's going to do, and then tries to pick the best experiments of all different lengths. And the idea here is that, you know, you run short experiments, you run long experiments, you actually start off running shorter experiments and then gradually start running longer ones as you get more confident. It's a very simple algorithm. It's very robust. It doesn't have a lot of the problems that a lot of the other algorithms had. But one of those right now is that it's running a lot of really, really short experiments. And I think the reason for this is just that I messed up. And instead of trying to tell it to pick an experiment from that takes between the length of the shortest experiment it's ever run and the length of the longest experiment, it instead just tries to like pick an experiment of any length up to the longest. So like it's going to pick a lot of experiments that are below the minimum length, which then just get capped off to the minimum length. And Yeah, that's what I think is happening. It's still running a bunch of really short experiments, though, even though I should have had that fixed based on this. How's a random forest model make predictions? No idea. Those are so old, I literally, like, I've never used a random forest. Like, actually, never used one. I mean, all my work is deep neural nets, right? Except for, I guess, technically this this hyperparameter tuning algorithm uses Gaussian processes. That's about it. Alright, so the problem is still definitely here, right? We got one reasonable length run, and the rest of them are... It went all the way to the top and then all the way to the bottom, so something's screwy here. Why do deep neural networks tend to perform better than shallow ones? I mean, they can, well... the real answer is, like, what is it? Divine serendipity or whatever, like, we don't know. But, approximately correct answer, hand-wavy answer, is deeper neural nets. You have more nonlinearities in the middle. They also tend to be larger, and they can represent more classes of functions. So that they can represent more data. Like, if you have a complex function, and you have a one-layer neural net of like a specific capacity, it might not just be able to represent the decision boundary that you want. If it's a regression class, it might not be able to represent that problem. Like, you're training a thing to approximate another thing, right? If first thing is very simple, and then second thing is very complicated, simple thing can't represent complicated thing very well. So this one is a longer experiment here, I can see. So it is running some longer experiments, but like... It's screwy. It's like screwy what it's doing. Let me figure out what this is, what's happening here. What a breakpoint like right here. Do like this. Hey, free to work on GPU drive stuff? Sure, Spencer. Give me like 2 minutes to go run use the restroom, and then we will I'll jump on a call or whatever for that. And do a set. Arga, is this asking you stuff, or are you giving me like introductory ML quiz? You know, I haven't used any of these algorithms in like almost a decade, right? It's a clustering algorithm. It's an unsupervised learning algorithm. You want to partition data into K groups where the things in each group are similar to each other. I don't remember the distance metric that is used in the algorithm because I haven't used it in a decade. Here, Spencer? Probably already in the Discord. Nope. I'll hop in the Discord.
Yep.
How's it going, man?
Hey, going well. Let me mute you on the stream. Hold up.
Uh-huh. I've been debugging all sorts of crazy things.
Oh yeah?
We're making
Are you on?
progress. It's slow though.
So I made a PR by just pulling in the latest dev stuff into my GPU drive branch.
Let me go deal with that. Hang on. Oops.
I will note up front, it does not compile to train from the latest stuff in dev. I'm not certain if you would want me to just put that into the PR and then you handle it in dev, or if you want to pull my existing branch from my repo.
Why doesn't it compile?
You have some new agents per batch thing in
Oh
Clean
yeah,
Puffer RL.
we'll just pull that in and fix it. Okay.
And then it looks like from the files I dropped in there when I pulled dev, it looks like you have a new build simple.sh as well.
Build simple. I don't know what the heck that is. Okay, so a lot of file changes. You PR'd this to dev. Okay. Well, you haven't seen the new release branch stuff, which is way crazier even.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what's all in between various things.
A lot.
So I can pull some things out of here.
Well, let me see what is. So I see that there is some reward tuning.
This was a little bit of like kind of like a dirty pull from just like me just syncing from dev and then
That's
merging
fine.
stuff.
Okay, and then we have this demo file.
Most of what's changed is
in
the .h file, which has more render stuff I worked on. That GPU drive test file can probably be dropped out. I guess that just got tossed in there from my branch.
Fine, it's a dev branch, doesn't freaking matter.
So I mean, those files can just be deleted in the future. It's no big deal.
There's a diff here. There's a 300 some odd line addition here.
Yeah, that's my changes to render in .h
There's a set means
GPU drive. And then also there's some changes I had to make to match how the NYU project worked.
Oh, okay, I see.
The means trick right there was just something so that the camera always is on origin.
Cool. Also, I just ran one random thing. Did you make a full set of animations for Tower Climb, or is there like one missing where it just like snaps?
The one that it would be missing is jumping off a block.
I see.
Everything else
like, there's something where there's one where it's like it looks really smooth and then it just snaps.
I'll have to show me which one that is. because some of them it's about playing with like the timing of when the animation ends versus like when the next action is ready. For sure, if you're wrapping a block, it snaps because there's not really a good way to animate like going around the cube.
Yeah, I'll have to fix the config for this. But yeah, there are a couple weird things. Anyways,
GPU drive doesn't have any animation stuff. This is all just like drawings and
yeah.
camera and this one also has the third person camera view. That is me turning a curb into a 3D rectangle.
Wait, 3D raised by curb height. Wait, is this now you're drawing triangles for the curb?
Yeah.
What is this actually like a triangle strip or what is this?
It makes it so that as you're wrapping a corner and the curb curves, it looks like a round corner.
All right, we'll look at what this is. Cool. I guess I will see what it looks like. Done a whole bunch of stuff on this. Oh, you added a car.
Yeah.
Yay. Sure, I'm gonna have complaints about the car and I have to get us a cool car made.
Yeah, I mean, I just picked a car from online and then went inside of Blender to go change the color of it to have multiple different colored cars.
You committed TF record files. Are these
Oh,
levels? What are these?
those will look to be. I can toss those out.
Are they sample levels or like, what are they?
I think they're from the examples of the like pre-processed stuff when I first was doing it. It seems like my commit also
It's
just
not
dropped
bad
in
to have
some other.
It's not bad to have an example level, by the way.
Then those are example levels.
Cool. Whatever. We're fine. I don't.
And I don't know what build simple is.
I don't know what this is. Right,
It
whatever.
looks like when I did my merge, it just like pulled stuff in.
Yeah, whatever. We merge thing. All right. So here we have your GPU drive. Scripts build ocean. Is this supposed to do something?
You're on test performance. Go to the C file and switch it to demo.
Oh, does look cool. Because these are 3D curves.
Yep.
You actually made. Okay, the only feedback I have for there is that there is a draw triangle strip function instead of having to draw individual triangles. But yeah, that is awesome. Cool. And like because you have that, it's actually probably not that hard now to make substantially more elevated things and put the cars in a maze.
Yeah, I mean, you could do whatever you want at this point in terms of drawing levels.
Yeah, and if only they drove around.
Yeah, if you switch to move expert and step, you can see what the policy is supposed to be doing in the .h file.
Okay, I can do that. What is the thing we want to debug? This thing not train well or what?
Yes, that would be priority number one.
Okay, let's do that. So
But
some
step one
graphs.
is first getting it to work with the new dev stuff that's in
Oh.
there, because
Okay.
I was working on a fairly old dev.
So it compiles, but it does not train, I guess.
I think it's just missing a parameter, because if you put it on native on without multiprocessing, it just runs into a bug in clean buffer RL right now.
Just stuck.
Oh, someone from your chat says that your audio is kind of low.
Joseph's audio is way low comparatively. Does that mean that you're to say something?
Hello.
Yeah, okay, your mic is just super high. All right. Say something again.
What's up?
You've mic down a little bit more. All right, let me know if this is good. I had to just mix the thing. Env agents per doesn't exist in native envs to do, but we can multiprocess.
I think multiprocessing is a little weird on this as well, but we can look at that later at one point.
Okay. We have it as default now for everything pretty much.
Ah, okay. I
No.
think I've noticed some strain differences on multiprocessing versus native.
Your mic super high. All right, we'll try this.
Am I still exploding eardrums?
It should be pretty close to mine now at this point. For me to mix, no worries. Yeah, so this is the fun thing with having to get the batches all correct, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you want to have like a multiple of the number of cars or whatever the number of agents. So how many agents is this? Do we know up front?
For this round,
1847.
no, it's an awkward number. Let me
It looks like
figure that out.
1847 or 3536. 3536 it is. So we do 3536. Is that the total number?
So, one thing to take a note of is I did something funky in my Python. Before you do some of this, I multiplied times 8 already inside the Python.
What do you multiply by 8?
The number of agents.
Why?
It was an experiment because at the time I was only doing something. I was only just kind of getting 75 levels to go, and when you only had 75 levels, it only gave you like a few hundred agents. So I wanted to get more parallelization going on those when working with 75 maps. So I cloned those agents into more M's.
Okay, all I want to do here for reference is I just want to figure out how many cards you have and set the batch size to be like 64 times that and the mini batch size to be like 8 times that. That's all I really want to do.
Okay.
So like how many cards do we have?
Then you're going to be looking at it should be 582.
582 cars, that's it?
Across 75 maps? Yeah.
All right.
That's how many active agent cars there should be.
I mean, you have a pretty small batch size, but whatever.
Yeah, I mean that's why I decided to do like the multiply by 8 thing inside of the Scython. So if you want to reverse that out,
What? But if you have 8x the number of cars being used for obs, then I need to multiply this by 8, don't I?
yeah. So that's what I thought you wanted the
Okay.
original number. I mean the
No.
4656.
Okay, so it is 32. No, not it is 226. Your batch size is 226. And what are you doing with those extra cars?
I was just trying to get some more M's going,
What do you
but
mean more
without.
M's?
Okay, so right now the num_ems parameter is directly correlates to the map index 0 through 74.
Did you just make 8 copies of each map?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, that's... If you said that immediately, yeah, that's totally fine. Whatever.
Okay.
Yeah, that's... Okay, cool. So where's this thing? 530 this, divide by, was it 8? 28,000. These things take a while to load. And they spam a lot. Is it stuck?
It looks that way. Normally, when there's something like that going on, it's related to Neptune or Wanbi.
I didn't think I ran it with Neptune, did I?
No, I don't know if you did, but normally that's like what happens if it halts for me.
I did not run it with anything. So, native.
Is it because you have one worker?
It shouldn't matter. It should be fine like this. There should not be an issue with this. This is weird.
I
It's
thought for
just
multiprocessing, you always had to have 2 workers, 2 M's.
no. You can have as many as you want, or as few as you want. The new branches also will have better warnings for like batch size stuff as well. What is it doing?
If it's done, it should just go into starting. It really shouldn't. These are all things that have just occurred as of
it's
issues
doing
as of me
GPU
pulling in
things.
dev.
Is it just taking forever?
Before I pulled in dev, this was not an issue.
I guess we just like put some breakpoints. But this is very odd. Oh wait, is the policy kind of big? Or the
I mean, not big enough where it should be delaying like that.
is the mini batch like ridiculous? Like, is this mini batch ridiculously large?
It could just be slow. I mean, let's see what the default mini batch is. Mini batch on default on mine is 8192, but
Try this. And if not, we'll start stepping through this to see what the heck is going on. Clone agent offset. So this says that you have 4637 agents.
Plus one more round. But
that's not the number that you told me.
No, the number I told you is the actual number divided by 8.
Well, no, like it's if you have multiple copies of M's, that still counts. Like those are all unique cars. Like I wanted to know the obs batch size. Is this like not the obs batch size?
The 500 something I told you earlier?
Yeah, it's probably just not the obs batch size.
No, it's 4,000 something.
Yeah, so then it's totally gonna break because this is a dev branch that doesn't have safety checks on stuff not being divisible, so it's probably just infinite looping somehow.
I'm trying to get that number for you right now. When I reloaded the levels, the numbers I was working with changed. So let me.
Well, you will actually get warnings about that on the release branch. Like it'll make sure everything's evenly divisible. We're not even getting to run the policy. It's probably just like running. Should be getting here at least, right? Okay, it's not even getting to evaluate, so something's just screwy.
It could be mad at what I did. But I mean,
Like, it looks like it's just hanging in the env. Okay. Go to native then. Serial. I've got a meeting, by the way, with the guys that I was the tech guy of the guys that I chatted with you about a few weeks ago at 4:15. Okay. If you want to join. If not, I'll just handle.
Is that today or what?
Yeah, was it little under an hour?
Okay. Oh, your time 4:15. Okay, okay.
Oh yeah, I forgot this wasn't an hour difference.
Yeah, I'm central.
Texas. You will appreciate the flag that's going in the background then. Is large.
Nice. Yeah, so the total agents should be 4656. In terms of like the num agents times 8 number.
Total agents equals 582 is what's being returned.
Yeah, so the times 8 is the 4656.
I see.
Because I was cloning those just to try and get more parallel going on 75
So
levels.
48, what did we say? 4856?
656.
Yeah, I don't think this is the error, but we will fix this at least.
What if it's a torch issue?
Be weird. And then on reset is when it loads all the maps, or right here?
It loads all of them in the Cython, but in a init, it does it all.
Wait, is that the right order? Observations, actions, rewards, masks, terminals? I think the order's wrong.
Oh.
Should probably check that.
Is that something with the new bindings? Is that would be an issue?
No, that's just been like that forever. Yeah, this has observations in it, man. Hang on. Obs, actions, rewards, terminals.
Terminals, then masks?
There's not even a masks in the... Oh, I guess it depends on... If you put it in that order in the Cython, it's fine. Let me see if you did. Yeah, you did it fine. You did it fine. Okay. Let's see if this runs. Okay, so this runs except for How do we get this to be a reasonable number of Yeah, how do we get this thing to be a reasonable size?
What do you mean by that?
Can we get this to be a multiple of like 128 or something, or not really?
No, it's entirely dynamic because it's based on the amount of agents per map
okay.
of those maps
Fine.
that you're given. I mean, you could technically reduce the amount of static cars in a map. Or no, hold up. Because you only care about active cars. You just be taking out some active cars theoretically.
Okay, let me see
But
if I can hack this thing then. It's like,
But that would be a little jank.
if I can hack this thing. Like, if I just comment this, does it run?
I mean, I think to get it to at least a less annoying place, maybe getting rid of my cloning in the Scython would probably make things a little less
It's just that we're
awkward in terms
shipping CUDA stuff now, and it's like it doesn't like when things aren't fixed sizes. There's technically I can make it work, just I haven't done it yet. Let me see if this breaks or not. Building the kernels. Oh, now it's re-auto tuning. Takes forever. Much for it to be done. Yep, so that's not, it's just not happy. It's just not happy.
It's the okay. Is it because it's over 4096?
Hang on. I mean, can I just do, let's see if I do this, something for you for now. To be fair, the mini batch size doesn't have to be this way. Maybe this is the trick.
Are you just forcing the mini batch to be a good number?
6, 4. This is 16K. Like, you see, the issue is like the CUDA kernels, they expect like a certain number of rows.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe this is the thing though. We just let you do different mini batch size compared to batch size. Because we no longer like iterate through anymore. We sample anyways. So maybe that's the play. You have to be kind of careful with your batch size, but you don't have to really care about the mini batch size. As long as it's like a big enough for
And if
multiple.
that works.
Assertion. How is this still screwed up? I want to compute the puffer advantage. I mean, it's still not going to let me compute. It's this one here. Maybe what we'll just do just want to get you like a version of this that you can play with and solve the problem on. And then like it'll be on me to figure out what we're gonna do longer term to like make this thing not such a pain in the ass. Whether that's figuring out how to make the CUDA kernels run better, and yeah, they're here. So, is that an assert or was that not an assert? We got some weird message up there. It's fine. Okay, 61% env time is not happy. Wait, Spencer, why did you do... You did 8 replicas, but you put them on the same core instead of doing it on multiple cores?
Yeah.
Well, you're 60% env time right now.
If you get rid of that, I think it drops down to like 17% of type or something like that.
Well, that doesn't make sense because it's 8x more data. The problem is it's on one core, right? But I thought I thought the thing was fast. Is it not?
So it's at like env time ranges from like 700,000 to 1,000,000 steps per second. But the train, if you get all of the obs in there, whether they're really required or not,
okay. So this is the thing I was saying where it's like, if we want this thing to just work, we should just respawn the cars. Okay, actually here, this is working. Like here, let's at least get a reasonable setup out of this.
Yeah, so what that right now is
can we
if you
get
have
your
no
car
penalties right there.
But all I want to do is like, where's this factor of 8 coming in?
Scython.
In the Scython?
In the Scython.
8. If I just look for 8.
Yeah, you'll find it.
I see UTF-8. Clones equals 1.
Clones is 8. Okay. And then you'll hold up. You have to do one more thing.
What else?
You have to go inside of step and reset in the Scython and change the times 8. Because that variable wasn't defined in
Okay.
I only defined it in init. Okay.
Why don't we actually use our CPU, which has multiple cores? Let's do that.
I didn't do it at first because I felt like whenever I did multiprocessing, I was getting weirdly less successful results. And I didn't know if it was just because of like how my like agent setups were.
Well, we will find that out. This is spamming way faster. Whoa. Total agents.
Because now you're only going to have like 500 something agents.
No, because I have 8. I'm doing this 8 times on 8 different processes. I'm doing the same thing that you're doing. Instead of making 8 copies in one process. Right?
Right.
Okay, why is this a total agents 32,000? Did it not recompile? Is there a factor of 8 somewhere still?
GPU drive.py, possibly?
Yes.
Yeah, GPU drive.py. Num agents, total agents times 8.
Okay. We'll have some sanity today. Okay, a little better, right? We just doubled the training speed.
Yeah, and if you take out some of the obs, I mean, then you can increase it even more.
We would hope
I only really slowed things down because I was confused as to why I couldn't get something that was matching it exactly. So I was like, okay, maybe it's something to do with the obs. So I decided to just copy exactly what there was, even though I know it really shouldn't affect it. But
And what
I use
scores
the
were you
zero.
getting?
So this is also the zero penalty test. So this test should always get you to pretty much 99 point, like 99 if it has zero penalty collisions on off-road or hitting a car.
Okay, so why is it not instant solving this if it's easy?
It generally, for me, took about 100 million steps to get to 0.999.
I'm used to things running 10x this fast, so it's still at 15 mil.
Yeah, there's a lot of speed loss getting from environment to policy to the torch side of things.
The obs are huge.
Yeah.
I fix all this shit.
And then I added the one hot encoding on the classification, so the roads.
So this shared embedding, what is... Hang on. Where's the one that has the max on it? Road encoder.
If you go into the encode observations, the maxes are on the road and the partner features.
Okay, and those go to input size, which is 128.
Which is what the NYU group had.
Alright, I kind of want to up your hidden size, but we'll see. We actually have, I believe 512 hidden dim with a simple policy.
Mm-hmm.
This one's pretty cool. So grid here has a 512 hidden dim RNN. It's like a 2 mil per M policy or whatever. Trains at 1.8 million steps a second. So like puffer very fast.
But ob's really small on grid, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, give me 1 second. Okay, I'm back.
Mm-hmm. So it's not terrible, it's just it feels slow because it's training slow.
Yeah.
But this is without collisions.
Correct.
So
it's my sanity test just to make sure that it can actually get to the goal and like figure out that portion, because I was like, why is this not figuring it out with collisions?
And does it get reward for hitting goal, or what does it get?
Yeah, just gets reward for hitting goal. the same way that they've set up theirs. And you get 1 reward. It's kind of down to like an entropy thing at some point because it's like it has to find the goal. But if it's having to find it and it's hitting walls the whole time getting there, it tends to find it to be kind of a random luck event.
Have you seen how Puffer handles random luck events? This is kind of the best that there is in RL right now. With this maze finding. Like, we're pretty good at that. This kind of just works out of the box. Look, it actually even solves this one.
Like, that's why I feel like this shouldn't be a challenging it problem.
It shouldn't.
Because the environment's fast enough where it should be able to just get there.
You would think. It's possible the hypers are just bad. I don't know. Let's see what your hypers are.
I mean, they're just default hypers, I think. I
mean, see if that is true. Your learning rate is 5x lower than mine. What about grid? We do 005 for grid. But in grid, we have a way bigger policy than you have.
Why is your entropy coefficient?
Pay no mind to the entropy coefficient. I don't know. We just it's not even a fully tuned run is the thing. I kind of just threw partial defaults on stuff and kind of soda everything. That's the crazy thing. It's like we're not even remotely close to like this is not even my final form.
Right. Let me try and link you as well. Previous runs that I've gotten to.
I'm gonna just like make the policy bigger after this.
It looks like one of the runs where I got to 99 pretty quickly, or at least relatively quickly speaking, was with a kneeling on.
Yeah, this has a kneeling on.
With a higher default learning rate.
Yeah, this is like 5x too low.
I think I just had the original one that you had, the 0.025, when I had purely the original defaults. It got there in like 15 minutes.
In 15 minutes? Oh, but you were using ultra slow version.
Yeah, I mean, maybe for this it'll be like 5 minutes or something.
5 minutes still slow. I mean, I did the maze policy trained in 90 seconds and it's bigger.
I am all here if you're able to get this to go to the 90 second.
I'll definitely be able to. It's just a matter of I mean, ideally I get this ideally I want to get this merged onto. I know it's a pain in the ass to keep up with my release branches, but it does make it easier to test shit.
Yeah, I mean, for a while you said to just not touch the new dev branch for a while too.
Yeah, I think also was that around when because I knew I was going to be gone for a week and wasn't going to be able to help you either.
Yeah. So this is just like, hey, I just merged it. I'm gonna throw this in your direction.
We will see what magic I can apply to this. It does not seem to be doing a 99 or whatever. It seems to be stuck at 80 something.
It's probably because of the learning rate there. I mean, that was just a recent learning rate I just dropped on there. If you put it back to the original 0.025, it probably can solve it.
Okay, so can I yeah, fine. We'll do 2.5. We'll do one more experiment on this. But then what about the this is with the freaking collisions off. Like
correct.
It's kind of ridiculous.
Yeah.
It's lame, yeah. Okay, this should just be solved by now.
With collisions on one of the things of a recent run I got, but it took a while. I just put it in the chat, was this run.
Yeah, if you have existing experiments, I'm actually going to be able to give you feedback on stuff. Let me go find... So you're slow. 0.8. Why is there... So this is with collisions?
That's with collision. So you have
0.8.
score, which is that's the percentage of time that the agents reach their goal. You have collision rate and then off-road rate.
Your collision rate goes down.
Right, but it's not as good as theirs. Theirs is like less than 1%.
Yeah, but you're not solving the frickin' task yet, man.
Yeah, but theirs also got there at a time where, in terms of the steps, would have already achieved it. Because
They have a bunch of annoying policy differences, though. They've got like a bunch of layer norms and weird stuff.
True, but should it not just do
No,
better?
it'll be we gotta sweep stuff, and it's like, okay, you're now operating within like a margin of like fiddly stuff is possible, and just like run more experiments. Like get this thing be 99 first, then we'll worry about whether this thing actually is not there still.
Because if you look at the time, I mean that's like an hour, but even then,
Yeah, it's an hour because it's freaking slow. This is less than a tenth of the speed of our other M's. This would be 6 minutes.
True.
So we gotta fix that shit. I mean, this is not even async right here. I just did this. This is 2.6x the speed of this run, and I didn't even do async. Right?
Oh, yeah.
So, I mean, this should be able to be something reasonable. And then also we can play around with
I'd be happy if it was in like the 600 to 750 range at this point, but I mean, if we can get it
your
to
obs are freaking, like, the thing is the obs are just big.
If we can get this version to a successful result, I'm very confident we can kill a lot of the obs and probably get something comparable.
Okay, let's do this. We got boxes. Let's throw some stuff at things. All right, let's see what we have in our not this one. Where did GPU drive go? Yeah, okay. So that doesn't actually help. That doesn't actually help.
Really?
Hmm?
Okay.
So input size to the RNN's got to be 512. 512. 512. Let's get this to run. And we're gonna let's actually get a real policy.
Okay, when I was doing, although not the smartest approach, the 8x cloning on a single core, this was the policy that I got. That I just linked to you in chat, and it was a pretty smooth train curve.
What was this?
This is the one that is pretty much default params, but with the 8x clone on one core.
Weird. I guess it's possible there's a multi-processing difference. I haven't seen it on anything else. Okay, here's your thing running at basically the exact same speed as before. But with a 2 million parameter policy.
How is it running at the same speed?
You're completely freaking bound by M's and communication and bullshit. This is not the right one, I don't think, though, because this doesn't look right. What's going on with this? Not 0.8 score, right? I'm looking at it right here. Not this either. Where's my freaking run? Did I not? I guess it's not on Neptune? Yeah. Okay, so 0.4 at 10 mil. Oh, that might still be comparable. You have 0 reward for collision, 0 off-road.
Did you want to reset your learning rate to the default?
No, this is what we use for this size policy. Okay, so here's your next train. Where is it? Okay, there it is. See what this does.
Does my torch even use the hidden size variable? Do I not just use input size on everything?
No, you use hidden size. You do use it, I checked.
Okay, I did it for the shared layer at the very end.
Yeah, which is all, because then that goes into the main network, right? I mean, I could, like, there are, like, several improvements I could make to this as well. Potentially. Okay, I mean, this is doing something, right? Potentially. Let's see what other things you have going on here. Got learning rate set. Binny batch size. Got batch size. Have you messed with gamma lambda at all?
Not beyond me just having a sweep a while back ago.
What gamma and lambda did you get out of it?
Let me pull up my sweep.
Because the default gamma is really freaking high. This is doing way better though, you see?
It looks like my highest gamma on that best run was fairly low, actually. It was point. Never mind, I was looking at the wrong thing. 0.99 and 0.987.
Okay, so that's not that far off of what we have. That's fine.
I think default is 0.995.
I'm hoping this just gives us a better grain curve.
It should just get to 0.99.
Mm-hmm. So if with the additional network capacity it doesn't, then there's going to be something weird. And these offsets in here haven't changed, right? These should still be up to date.
I don't think anything should have changed from any of that stuff. I did notice my active agents count changed fairly recently with when I
That's the
pulled
other
in the
thing is we're not masking stuff at all. Like the thing that made the GPU drive, their GPU drive stuff work very, very well was like the masked.
No, this has mask in right now.
Yeah, but our code doesn't use it correctly in the new version.
Ah.
Yeah.
Oh, in the latest dev version, what you're saying?
Mm-hmm.
Ah.
This is gonna be massively easier if we just respawn the fucking cars, I'm telling you.
And then just have them try and avoid not spawning on top of a car that's where in the path of where another car is.
Don't even bother doing that. Literally just like because they don't bounce off each other. They just get a negative reward, right?
Correct.
Okay. Completely ignore the fact that that can happen. Respawn the cars where they're supposed to start whenever they either get to their objective
Or die.
or collide. So collide equals negative reward and respawn.
Okay.
Guarantee you it's going to be so much easier.
All right, well, that's an easy change.
Yeah, it's not that hard of a change, and it's like, well, it's not realistic. Well, it's not realistic to have the cars freaking phase through each other either, right? It's like arguably this is more realistic because if you've crashed, you've already screwed up. Okay.
I'll take that logic.
Yes, and now here we are doing better than before. So
Yeah.
it took me 3 experiments to fix this, mostly. And the way that I knew what to do is because I just did the exact same thing that worked on every other environment. That's all I did. I should try this on Breakout, to be fair. I have not done that yet.
Bigger network.
To see if I can insta-solve it. So I don't know if we're getting 0.99 out of this. We will see. We're definitely doing better than before.
Without the masking.
But hey, look, this is like substantially better than before. I cut your error rate in half pretty much. Assuming this gets a little bit better than this. When is Gym Stream? Gym Stream is between all other things I'm doing while streaming. I just get up and use equipment. But you will see many pieces of equipment be delivered over the next few weeks. We have, I think, 2 orders that should be coming in either end of this week, start of next week. And then there's a big order that should be coming in a few weeks. And then the thing I'm still waiting on is tariffs to go down so I can order all of the servers for the racks behind me. Okay, so I'm trying to think how I give this to. I think I just push this to a new branch for you. That sound good? I just pushed this to a new branch for you so you can like just make those changes, push to this branch and see that it solves everything. I suspect the encoder layer should also probably be bigger. You're running these on, yeah, you have at least 8 cores to run stuff on. So yeah, there you go. That ought to be decent for you. Still doesn't get to max, but like, just fix the masking thing. Be right back. Yeah, Spencer? Oh, he disappeared.
Sorry, I had to take a quick phone call.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you pushed up to
Puffer drive.
GitHub.
Puffer drive branch. It actually gets 89%.
Okay.
It looks like it's still doing a little bit of stuff.
So turn off masking, turn on respawning, and take it from there.
So when they collide or reach the goal, they should respawn at the start. If they hit the goal, they get the plus goal reward. If they collide, they get the minus collide reward.
Yeah, sure.
So run that, and you should just solve. Like it's a pure infrastructure limitation. The old infrastructure could handle this, but the new infrastructure is like dramatically better algorithmically.
Okay. I can do that, and then you want me to sit on the call with the upcoming call with the 415 one?
Yeah, we can tell them just like to make this thing quick.
And then after that, do we want to keep working on this or?
Can you? How long is it going to take you to make those changes?
Yeah, I don't think it should take me any time at all, honestly.
All right, do that real quick. I'm gonna go use the restroom. Go do that stuff real quick, and then I'll start working on this with you as soon as you have that stuff ready. Because I think it's like this version. It's just you're fighting the infrastructure, and I don't want to be wasting our time running experiments when it's like going to be so much easier. So this thing, it looks like it's crashing now, which is like it's actually something I have to deal with the annealing. I figured it out, but this got to 91, 92 before that. So.
Okay. Well, yeah, just go ahead and just I don't know. Are you hopping on a Google call? What are you doing? Are you pinging?
Whatever it is, I'll get you an invite.
All right, sounds good.
And I'll just send you on Discord.
Sounds good.
All right, see you, Spencer. Cool. All right, so here's the plan, folks. I gotta go take a call in a few. Oh, we have quite a few folks on here. Hey, everyone on Twitch. If you haven't been around here before, I do high-perf reinforcement learning dev. It's all open source. It's all free. You can see a bunch of demos at puffer.ai. And, Spencer's just a collaborator who came in with no RL experience. That could be you. If you're interested in getting involved. If you want to help me out for free, just star the GitHub. Really helps when we get stars on GitHub. And you can join the Discord to get involved with dev. Cool. So here's the plan. We're going to keep fixing GPU drive stuff today. It's driving sim. Actually, I can show this off real quick. Why not? We have the eval, I think, working, right? Yeah, so here's the sim. Pretty cool. So the plan here is going to be to fix this with Spencer today. We also have hyperparam tuning algorithm stuff to fix. That's my alarm to get ready for meeting. So we're going to do all that. I got to take a quick meeting, and then I'll be back for probably an hour after that, before 6. And then I should be back after dinner for a little bit more work, things pending. And then I'm pretty much live all day, every day otherwise. So, yeah, thanks for tuning in. And